If the gross is less than or equal to 2.5 lakhs, then tax should be 0. Okay. Now one method to check if the value lies between 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs is, as Mukesh has done, we can use the AND symbol. Okay. So one method is I can write gross is greater than and gross is less than or equal to 5 lakhs. Okay, this is perfectly correct. Or can also write it like this. Will this work? This will also work because the program always follows from the top to down. It takes the top to down approach. Suppose the gross is 3 lakhs, it will check for the first condition. 3 lakhs is not less than or equal to 2.5 lakhs. So it will automatically come to this particular condition. Here the condition is satisfied. So what are statements I write here, that will be carried out. So even this logic will work. Okay. Now, if the gross is not less than 2.5 lakhs, not less than 5 lakhs, not less than 8 lakhs, then it should be definitely be more than 8 lakhs. So here I can directly write else and calculate the tax here. Okay. So if none of these conditions are satisfied, then whatever is given in that else part, that will be carried out. You can also use one more else if, or you can directly use else. Then end if. Okay. Now I'll take some random values. And how do you call the function equals I tax? It takes only one argument, that is a gross. So for 2,20,000, it should give me 0. Now if I drag it, 3,05,000. Okay. I pasted it in the chat box. Clear, everyone? Okay. Now we have seen what are functions. Yes, UDF. Now we'll see what are subroutines. From now on, we'll be concentrating on the coding part. Okay. Like I told you earlier, program can be classified into two types, subroutines and functions. Subroutines always begin with the word sub. Now, what we have done earlier, all the macro that you are recorded, these are called as subroutines. Subroutines always begin with the word sub. Sub stands for short for subroutine. Then you have the macro name. Ideally, I told you that subroutines don't take any arguments, but you can specify arguments inside a subroutine also. But generally, they don't take arguments. Then you write the programming statements and you end it with end sub. Okay, end sub means you are ending that particular subroutine there. So like we can write functions, we can also write subroutines also. So first we'll see what are the basic statements in a subroutine, and then we'll write programs out of that. Now we are going to write it in a new module. So go to the Visual Basic Editor, click on Insert and select Module. We can also rename the modules. So you see something called as Module 1 here. How will you rename it? You go to the Properties window and change the name property. So we'll name it as Basic Macro Statements. All the rules that apply for naming the macros apply here also. So you can't give a space. It should not be a function name. It should not begin with a numerical value. We'll name our subroutine as range statements, range underscore statements. Now here we will learn how to use some basic statements like selecting a cell, selecting a range of cells, putting a value in some cell. Okay, all this stuff we'll see here. Suppose I want to select a single cell, say A1. I'll write range A1 dot select. What this statement will do is it will select the cell A1. Suppose I want to select a range of cells. I can say range A1 to A10 dot select. Suppose I want to select a range of cells at different locations. For example, let us say I want to select A1 to A10 as well as say G5 to G15. So what we do is we press the control key and drag it in the mouse. So control allows me to select ranges at different locations. So if I want to do the same thing using the programming statement, I can write range first A1 to A10, comma, say G5 to G15. So comma allows me to select ranges at different locations. Okay. If I want to select, say, the cell A15, how will I select it? Just a single cell A15.
Say for second sentence range double quotes A15 select dot select.
I want to select a single cell, so range A15 dot select. Now when I select a single cell, or even if when you select a range, suppose I select a single cell, that particular cell is called as a active cell. Even if I select a range, then the first cell you will see it is not grayed out. So that particular cell is the active cell. So in this case, H5 is the active cell. Okay, even in a range, the first cell which is not grayed out will be called as the active cell. Now suppose I have selected the cell A15. Okay, that becomes the active cell. If I want to put any value in the active cell, I can write the statement active cell dot value equals whatever value you want to type. Okay, so what this will do is it will put the value Excel for all here. Okay, now I want to move the cell from A15 to A16. So for giving a movement to the cell, we use a statement called as offset. So here I will write active cell dot offset. Offset statement is always used to move the cell. Now since I want to move from A15 to A16, I'll write 1, 0 dot select. 1, 0 dot select because I want to move one row down. So when I move one row down, the column remains same. Always the row will come first, then the column number. So 1 is the row, 0 is the column. Now after this particular statement is executed, what will be the active cell? Active cell will be A16,
A16.
right?
A16.
Suppose I want to move to B16. What will be the offset statement? From A16, I want to move to B16.
0
Then in
comma
that
1.
case, 0, 1. Perfect. So now I want to go to the right hand side by one column. So I'll say offset 0, 1 dot value. Okay. Now my active cell is going to be B16. If I want to put any value in that, I can write active cell again dot value equals whatever text I want to say. Okay. Now let us say I have written the program. Whenever you write a program, there can be always errors. You might make errors in the syntax. You might make errors in the spellings. There might be logical errors, right? So before I run the complete program, I want to make sure that the program is error free. The method of finding errors and correcting them in a program is called as debug. So debug simply means you are running the program step by step. Now suppose I want to debug this
Sir,
particular program. Huh,
sir,
yeah,
in
tell me.
active, when we are selecting the active cell, why it is 1 comma 0 and 1 not 1 comma 1?
If I directly want to go from A15 to B16, I can also write 1 comma 1. Even that is correct.
Okay.
I'm just showing you all the methods. Suppose I want to
Okay.
go one round down or say right. But if you already decide that, okay, from A15 I want to go to B16, you can also write 1 comma 1 also. Even that will work. But if I directly told you that you can write 1 comma 1 to move to B16, it might be a little bit confusing. So that is why I'm going step by step. So first you go one row down, then you go one column to the right hand side. Okay. To run the program step by step, that is called as the debug method. Debug. So you use the function key F8. When I press the function key F8, invalidate sub range statements. Now when I press F8, you will see that the name of the macro is getting highlighted. So it is checking whether the subroutine name is correct or not. Again, when I press F8, it will move to the next statement. Okay. So the statement on which you see the highlight, that is getting processed. It is not getting executed. It will get executed only when you move to the next statement. And how will you move to the next statement? By pressing F8 again. Now it would have selected the cell A1. Again, when I press F8, it would have selected the range A1 to A10. Okay. So if there is any error here, suppose I write instead of range, say RAGE. Okay. So now when I press F8 again, it will give me an error here. Okay. So that way you can find out where that particular syntax is wrong or something. So when I press F8, something is happening on the background. Now I want to see what is happening in the Excel sheet. So what I can do is I can display the Visual Basic Editor and the Excel sheet side by side. If you're using Windows 11, you can go to the right hand side where you can see that minimize and the maximums button. There will find something like this. And here I can select, I can view the windows side by side like this. If you're seeing Windows 10, then what you do is on your keyboard, you have that Windows key. You press that Windows key and the right arrow key. So the moment I press Windows key and the right arrow key, my Visual Basic Editor will shift on the right hand side. Then I can select the Excel sheet. So in this case, I can see the Excel sheet as well as the Visual Basic Editor. side by side. Now, when I run this program step by step, I can also see what is happening on the Excel sheet. Okay. Now, if I want to start it from the beginning, I'll press F8. I can see in the Excel sheet, it has selected the cell A1. Again F8, it has selected the range A1 to A10. Again F8, you will see it has selected A1 to A10 as well as G5 to G15 and then H10 to H25. Okay. Again F8, it has selected the cell A15. Now it should put the value Excel for all. Then when I say offset 1, 0, it should move from A15 to A16. Now it should move from A16 to B16. And then here it should put the value Pune. So always run your program step by step. Once the program is error free, then you can directly run it. We are running the program step by step, only to check whether it is throwing any error or not.
Sir, what was the use of writing active cell dot value equal to Excel for all?
I'm just putting some value in that particular cell. This can
Okay,
be
so
anything.
it has nothing to do with movement of the offsets to active cell
No.
dot value
It
equal
is
to
just
Pune.
no. It is just putting a value here, Excel for all.
Okay, so this could have been like when we are writing Pune in suppose that particular cell.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of moving all the all the movement, we could have directly written active dot cell active dot value equal to Pune and selecting that
Yeah.
range.
But where is my active cell now? After this particular statement, my active cell is A15. So in
Hmm.
A15, I have already done Excel for all, right?
Hmm.
Now
Yes, sir.
again, if I write active cell dot value equal to Pune, this Excel for all will be overwritten. So I want Excel for all in a different cell, Pune in a different cell. So I'm giving a movement to that.
Okay.
Okay. Now here we are looking only at the basic statements, how to move the cell, how to put a value. Now using these statements, we'll see how a small program can be written. Working fine, everyone? Just check it step by step.
So can you share that particular statement with us in the group? I just want to check once. Hello. So can I share the thing with the group? Statement in the group? I want to check it once.
Hello, done?
No,
Okay.
no sir. Hello.
Yeah,
Can you share the statement in the chat group window? I want to check it out.
I'll do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Now using these basic statements. Okay, before that, suppose I have written a program and the program is running fine without any error. I close the Visual Basic Editor. Now, how will you run the program? You are not given any shortcut key, nor have you assigned a button to the macro. Then how will you run it? How will you run the macro? Now you might be developing programs for some other user, the end user. You can't expect the end user to go to the Visual Basic Editor and run it. So how will you run this? Where are all the macros stored? The macro that we record or we write, it is stored in view macros, view macros. Okay. So here we will get the list of all the macros that has been recorded or written. Now suppose you forget the shortcut key. You can also come to this macro list window, select the macro which you want to run and click on run. Okay. And you can see it has run the particular program. Now using these statements, what we'll do is we'll write a small program. What the program should do is I'll rename this sheet as EMP info, employee information. What the program should do is it should print the headers, name, post, department, and salary. Once it has printed the headers, it should get the name, post, department, salary from the user, and it should be displayed here. Okay, that is the objective of the program. Now, you can also say that, why should I go for a macro? I can directly type it in the Excel sheet. Now we are learning the basic statements, right? So whenever you are writing a program, the logic should be very clear. So for developing the logic, we are going to write this simple program. Then we'll see how we can write more complicated programs also. Okay. So understand the statements. To understand the basic statements, we are writing this simple program. Now the first objective is that it should print the headers. Then it should get the values from the user. And then those values should be posted here. Okay. We'll continue in the same module. Just keep your cursor after that end sub and we'll start a new subroutine. We'll name the subroutine as data entries. Now the first statement is we need to take our cell to A1. So we'll write range A1 dot select. So A1 becomes the active cell. Suppose I want to put any value in the active cell, we write active cell dot value equals name. Okay. First to understand the logic. So it will go to A1 and type name here. Once name has been printed in A1, post should be printed where? In B1. So how will I come from A1 to B1? we can write the offset statement. Active cell, just watch on the screen, understand the logic. I can write active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot select. Okay, then again I can write active cell dot value equals say post. Then again active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot select, then active cell dot value equal to department. So once name, post, department and salary is printed, what is my cell position? My cell position is D1. But when I get the values from the user, I'll be getting the name first, then the post, then the department, then the salary. So once I print salary here, I should move my cell from D1 to A2. So how will I move from D1 to A2? I need to move to the left hand side. Now suppose this is your active cell. If you want to move the cell toward the right hand side by one column, you write offset 0, 1. If I want to move to the left hand side, you need to write offset 0, -1. Okay. And if you want to move down, you write offset 1, 0. And if you want to move up, you write offset -1, 0. Now my cell is in D1. If I want to come to A2, I need to write offset. I want to come one row down, then 1, 2, 3. That is -3 columns. If I want my cell to be in A2. Now using the minus sign in a statement can be very confusing. One more thing is that suppose my mistake, your cell is in A2, and if you give a minus statement, it can't go to the left hand side of A2. So it is going to give an error. So instead of moving the cell and putting the value, what I will write is instead of active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot select, I'll write dot value equals post. So when you say dot value, what the macro will do is it will type post here and again come back to the original position, that is A1. So once you have typed salary, my original position is still A1. So if I want to come to A2, I just need to come one row down. Okay. So instead of dot select will always physically move the cell. Whereas when you say dot value, it will just put the value in that particular cell and come back to the same position again. So I printed post. Now how will I print department? If this is the active cell, department is going to be active cell dot offset 0, 2. This will be 0, 3. Okay. So I can just copy paste this. So active cell offset 0, 2 will be DEPT. Then from active cell, the third column will be salary. Now, if I run it step by step, you will see that the portion of that active cell remains constant. I'll remove this first. F8. Now see it has gone to A1. Again I press F8. It has printed name. Then post. But you will see that after it has typed post, the active cell portion is still A1. Okay. Again F8. Department. Again F8. Salary. So we have completed the first step, that is printing the headers. Now what is the second step? Second step is we need to get the values from the user. Now your data can be classified into two types. There is something called as constants. Then you have variables. Constant means the value of that particular thing will remain same throughout the program. For example, the speed of light. The speed of light is going to remain same throughout the program. It won't change. Even if I write the program.
Sir, one question. If
Yeah.
In that particular data entry, at first, if we would have selected a range from A1 to 10, suppose, and dot select, then how would have it taken the active cell?
Whenever you select a range, now suppose I am selecting the range, this cell which is not grayed out, that is the active cell. Okay. Now suppose I select the range, I'll write it in the program.
No, it's in this program only, sir. If we would have selected, like it is range A1, correct? So A1 means we have specified that first cell is our active cell, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we would have selected A1 to A10, now how it
Then
would
the
have
active
taken?
cell, then the active cell will be still A1.
Okay, then also,
The
if
starting
we
cell,
want to change it, then we have to give an offset.
correct.
Otherwise, by default also it will
By
take first
default,
only.
yeah. By default, starting cell will be always active. Suppose I select a range like this. Okay. Now, which is the active cell here? This one, I4.
Okay.
Always the starting cell will be the active cell.
Okay.
But suppose I select it like this. If I go back like this. Now, which is my active cell? This one.
L11.
L11. That is active cell.
Okay.
So it depends on your selection. So a data can be classified into two types, constants and variables. Constants, the value of that constant will remain same. For example, the speed of light, the value of pi, it will all remain same. But variables means it can change. For example, the age of a particular person, that can change. That will always change, of course. The name of a particular person, the department, his salary, all these are variables. That means they are changeable. Now there are different types of variables. We have character variables. We have numerical variables. We have date variables. For example, joining date, that can be different for different employees. We have something called as logical. Logical means yes or no, true or false, whether a particular person is married or not, yes or no. So that will come under logical. Now, there are many programming languages, like you have Java language, C language, C++, Python. Now, in languages like Java language, C language, we need to define a variable before you use it. But in Visual Basic, there is no hard and fast rule that you should define a variable. If you don't define a variable in Visual Basic, it will have the type variant. Variant means it can store any value. It can store text value, numerical value, date value, logical value. Anything can be stored in a variant. But if you don't define a variable in any other language, that will give error. But in Visual Basic, it won't give you error. Suppose you don't define it, Visual Basic will automatically create the variable for you. If you want to define a variable, we can use the statement dim. For example, I can say dim emp name as string. So what this will do is it will create a space in the memory where it will create a variable called as emp name. After that, whatever you type, that will be stored in that emp name. Okay. Dim stands for dimensions. So here we need 4 variables. One for name and one for post, department and salary. Okay. So I'll show you both the methods where you can define the variable as well as what happens if you don't define it. So for defining, you write dim emp name as string. String means it will take only characters, text values. Now, when you give a name for a variable, always give meaningful names. In this case, even if I write dim xyz, it won't make any difference to the program, but it will make a difference to you. Today, the logic is very fresh in my mind, and I can write the program. But tomorrow, so after 6 months or 1 year, if I want to come back to the same program and make any changes, then I might not remember why this XYZ was defined. So always give meaningful names to the variables. Even if the variable name is a little bit lengthier, it will always help if you know the meaning of that. So when I give the name as emp name, by just looking at the variable name, I can come to know that this is a variable that was defined to get the employee name. Okay. Likewise, I'll define one more variable, dim emp salary as long. Now there are two, instances by which the numerical variable can be defined. One is integer, or you can also define it as a long. The integer variable has a limitation. It can store only up to 33,327. So if you give a value which is more than that, it will give an error. So it is always safe to define numerical variable as long. Long can take values up to millions, billions. It won't give any error. Now you can define these variables anywhere, but Visual Basic is a structured language. That means everything is in a definite structure. So ideally what happens is you define the variables first, then you define the header and all those stuff, and then you get the values. Okay. But for the program, it won't make any difference, even if we define it anywhere. So we have defined the variables. We have printed the headers. Now we need to get the values from the user. Now for getting the values from the user, we'll use a statement called as input box. So this is to print headers. Next step is get values from user. Now you will notice that I have given a single quote here. Okay, single quote, and then I'm writing this statement. Any statement that is starting with a single quote, it is called as a comment. So this is called as a comment. Comments will not be processed by the application, by your Visual Basic. Comments are for our use. Like I told you earlier, if I come back to the same program, say after 6 months, I might not remember why this particular statement was written. So when I comment it, I'll come to know that, okay, this is the statement for printing the headers. Then this is the statement for getting the values. It will also help the person, maybe you have written the program and you have left the company and somebody else has come in your place. So even for that particular person to understand the logic, these comments will be of immense help. Okay, so always give comments in your program. So next step is getting the values on the user. For getting the values from the user, we'll use a statement called as input box. So first I want to get the name. So I'll say emp name equals input box. Then here I will write enter the name. Now after this, you will get a dialog box. I'll just run the program and show you how the dialog box looks. So this is the input box. Now whatever I type here will be stored in that variable called as emp name. Okay, this is your input box. Like this, we need 4 input boxes. So I can just copy paste this, Control C, Control V. So this second variable name will be
Post.
emp post. Okay. Now I'll see that I have not defined emp post. Even then, it should not give me any error. I defined only 2 variables, name and go on saving the file every 5-10 minutes. You never know when Excel will crash. Okay. Now I'll just run it step by step. So F8. You see it as printed. The header. Now it will get the values on the user. So it is asking for the name. I am typing the name Anand. Again F8. Post. Trainer. Again F8. They're asking for the department training. And then it is asking for the salary. Okay. Now see what happens if I keep my cursor here. Now if I keep my mouse here on that variable name, you can see it is showing the value that is stored inside that. So here you can see emp name equal to Anand. This is post. DPT. Sorry, trainer. Then department is training and the salary is 25,000. Okay. We can also try this. First to run it step by step.
Oh, I entered the details, sir, and dialog box also came. Now, if after entering the dialog box details, the salary should come. The value should be present now, sir. It's not coming. Value.
Correct. It will not come because we have just written the program to print the
Oh,
headers, get the
okay.
values from the user. Now the
Okay.
statements for saving it in the Excel sheet that has to be written.
Okay.
Okay, that is remaining. Correct.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah. Next step is we need to save it in the Excel sheet. This much is working fine.
Yes, sir. Fine.
Okay, fine. Aditya, working fine.
Sir, it is showing an error.
In which statement? Just check the statement. Maybe you have missed any dots. Range A1 offset. Click on debug. Range A1 should be in double quotes.
Okay.
Now run it again. Perfect. Now wait. Now see here everyone. Wait. Mukesh, wait 1 minute. Now see here everyone. When you run the program step by step, sometimes it might jump to this function program that we have written. This happens only when you run the program step by step. It is a bug in Visual Basic Editor. Okay. So to prevent this, what you can do is temporarily we can display all these statements that is in the function as comments. Okay, just watch on the screen. Now, Mukesh, what you do is on the top, can you see there is a floppy disk symbol? Okay, no, don't click on that. And the same line, can you see there is a stop button, a play button, and a stop button? If you come to the right hand side,
Yes.
just click on that stop button. Yeah, then that yellow highlight will go away. Okay, fine. Now look at my screen. Now, sometimes when I run the program step by step, it might automatically jump to these functions. So to prevent it, what we can do is we can display all these statements as comments. So I had told you that if you want to comment a particular statement, you give a single quote. Go to the beginning of the statement and give a single quote. Anything that is commented will be ignored by the application, by Visual Basic. But when there are many statements, I can't go to each statement and comment it. That will be very time consuming. So see a easier method. Now on your screen, you will see this particular toolbar. Okay, this is the standard toolbar. Likewise, we also need to have one more toolbar, that is the edit toolbar. Okay, by default, the edit toolbar will not be displayed in your interface. So what you do is you click on view. When you're in the Visual Basic Editor, click on view, toolbars, and select edit. View, toolbars, edit. When you click on edit, you will get a toolbar like this. You can place it anywhere. You can just drag and drop it on the top. Okay. Now, I want to comment all the statements that is in the functions module. So select that functions module, come to the code window, press Ctrl A. Ctrl A will select all the statements. Then in the edit toolbar, you can see there is a hand symbol. Next to the hand symbol, you have an option called as comment block. Okay, if you keep your mouse on that, it will show you what that particular icon is. So just click on comment block. So all the statement that you have selected will be displayed as comments. Now these functions will not work because we have made it, disabled it. Tomorrow, suppose you want to uncomment it. Again, you press Ctrl A. Next to that comment block, you have a uncomment block. Okay, so you can also uncomment it. For the timing, you keep it commented. So now, when you run the program step by step, it will not jump to that functions program. Okay. So you have got the values from the user. Now the next step is we need to save the values. Values in Excel. Okay. Now see here. Now today I just printed the header and I'm getting the values from the user. So the values should be printed here like this, one by one. Okay. But tomorrow I already have some names here. Now tomorrow, suppose I'm adding new records. Where that new record should come, it should come here. Right? So how will I jump from A1 to A7? It is not necessary that it should be always, the name should always come in the first 6 records. Day after tomorrow, my records might have some more records. So I need to come my cell should come here. So on day 3, I can add records from here. So how will I make sure that my cell comes from here to the next non-blank cell? Suppose I have the main data sheet, right? Now suppose my cell is, in A1 and I want to add a record at the end of the database. So there are two methods. One method is, suppose my cell is in A1, I can press Control down arrow. So Control down arrow will take my cell to the end of the database. Then I can come one row down and add the record here. Say 101 and then add the record here. Right? This is one method. Or I can also go to the end, then come up, then come one row down and add it. Okay. So either I press Control down arrow, then come one row down, then add the record. Or the second method is I can go down, come up, and then come one row down. Now the process of going down and coming up is better because my database can always have blanks. Suppose there is a blank row here. Now if I press Control down arrow, it is going to take me to the 10th row. It won't take me to the end of the database. Okay. So your database can have blank rows. So what you will do is, in this case, suppose I have some records already. What I'll do is, I'll go to the end, then come up, and you'll see that when I come up, it has come to the last row. Then I just need to come one row down. Then here I can add a new record. Okay. So how will you go to the last row? Suppose I want to go to the cell A500. How will you go to the cell A500? Range A500 dot select. Suppose I want to go to the last row, you write range A 10,48,576 dot select. Now, if you are sure that the data is not going to go beyond the 500th row, you can write A500 dot select. Okay. But if it is not clear that today the data might be 5 lakhs, tomorrow it might be 10 lakhs. So it's always better to go to the end and come up. So here I'll say range A500. I'm assuming that the data is not going to go beyond 500 rows. A500 dot select. So this statement will take me to the A500th row. Okay. Now from here, I need to come up. So for coming up, you write active cell dot end. Using the end statement, I can move the cell in any direction. Either I can go down, Excel down, go to the left hand side, extreme left, Excel to left, Excel to right, or Excel up. Now in this case, I want to go to the upper side. So I'll say Excel up dot select. So when I say Excel up, it is similar to pressing Control and up arrow. Okay. Then when I say up arrow, it comes to the last row. Now, since you don't have any records here, it is coming to the header. Then I need to come one row down because I want the name, post, department, salary to be printed here. So I will say active cell dot offset offset 1,0 dot select. Okay. Now to make sure that it is coming at the correct cell, so I'll just run it step by step. F8. Now it should go to A500. You can see it has gone to A500. Then it should come up. Then it should come one row down. So my active cell is A2 here. So what should be printed in A2? The value that is in the variable. Okay. So here I will write active cell dot value equals EMP name. EMP name is the name of my variable. So when you want the value that is inside a variable, you don't put it in quotes. If I put it in quotes like this, it will print EMP name, not the value inside that. So since we want the value, you should not put the quotes. So it will print EMP name in A2. Then in the next column, I want the post. So just copy paste this, the above statement, and paste it here. Only thing I need to, instead of post, it will be EMP post. Okay. Now I'll just run it first and if it is coming.
Sir, one question. I think I missed it. In while declaring department, we had not like declared it as a string
Correct,
or
correct,
but
correct.
how why it is taking it?
That is what I said. In Visual Basic, there is no hard and fast rule that you should define a variable. If you don't define a variable, it will be considered as a variant. Visual Basic will automatically define a variable called as variant, and variant can store any value.
So then we should not define anything then, sir. Everything
Huh,
will be a variant.
correct. See, my job is to show you all the methods, right? So if you want to define a variable, I am showing you how it can be defined. And even if you don't define it, it is still not, it will still work. But ideally, when you're writing a very lengthy program, or if you're getting defining many variables, it is suggested, recommended that you define it. Because when you have thousands of line items, then if you declare it as a variant, it can make the application a little bit slower. Okay. One more thing is that suppose you do a spelling mistake here. Suppose here I'm writing EMP post and somewhere I write EMPP post equal to say nil, something like that. Then what Visual Basic will do is it will again create one more variable called as EMPP post.
Sir,
Okay.
it will anyways create, na, because it will take as variant,
Huh. So
even if
if
it we
you
do not
spelling
define.
if you make a spelling mistake, it will go on creating variables that
Sir,
can make your
suppose
application very strong. Huh.
sir, suppose if we have not defined EMPP as a string,
Hmm.
and there is a typing error, and we have written it as EMPP name, then also it will take
Hmm.
it.
It will take it. But suppose I have created a variable called as EMPP post. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Equal to say some value. Okay. And here I am writing EMP post. Or let us say, I'll do the same thing here. Let us say EM post with 3 P's. Okay. And here I am writing EMP post. Then it will give a blank for this because I am taking the value in a different variable. I am putting the value as a different variable. So that will give you an error. This will not give error. This will give me a blank in the EMP post.
Okay.
So if you want the application to check whether you're seeing all the variables that you have defined, there is option called as option explicit. So when you write option explicit, the Visual Basic editor will check whether you have defined all the variables or not. Now in this case, it is going to give error. Suppose I run the program now. Okay, it will take the name. Okay, usually should give error because I have not defined this. It should give me error. Let me just check.
Sir, is there any way if I mean some spelling mistake is there, it should not take only.
Then it will throw you error.
Okay.
But it will throw you error only if there is a syntax error. Otherwise, it will show it in a red color. I have to write it in the beginning. Now see here. Since I have written option explicit, it is saying variable not defined. So it is always better to keep that statement. So by mistake, suppose you are not defined it, it will give an error. So in this case, I need to explicitly define it.
Okay.
If I don't
So,
have this particular option explicit, you go on creating variables, it will not give any error. So what you do is, if you want to display this particular statement, you click on tools, options, and in editor, you check this require variable declaration. By default, it will be unchecked. So you can go on defining any variables, it will not check it. But always it is a good practice to keep that on. EMP post. Okay. Now, how will I run the program? Go to the macro list window and select it and click on run. So they're asking for the name, asking for the post. And you can see it has come in the next line. Okay, try this, enter some 2-3 records and see whether it is coming in the next row.
sir, it is not showing only the module.
Which module? The module that you have written.
Yes.
See, you are getting these module names on the left hand side, right? Just double click on that basic macro statement. It should show in the code window.
But where it should show?
You share your screen, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. You go to your new blank statement, blank sheet, inside a blank sheet. Then view macros. Now select that data entries and click on run.
Okay.
Perfect. Now you enter the values. It should come one below the other, the records. Working? Working fine?
Working fine, but how to get multiple data rows? You keep entering or
Ah,
just
right. I am coming to that.
Okay.
Now see here. Suppose you have written a program and you close the Visual Basic Editor. And if you want to run the macro, you go to View Macros, and you can select the macro and click on Run. Okay. Or we can also give a shortcut. If you want to give a shortcut to your program that you have written, you go to View Macros. You also have a keyboard shortcut for this, for displaying the macro list window. You press Alt F8. Okay. Select the macro to which you want to give a shortcut key. In this case, data entries, and click on Options. When you click on Options, you will see the same window here that you get when you record the macro. So here I can say shortcut key I want to give it as, say, Control Shift and say E. Okay, Control Shift E. Click on OK. Now if I press Control Shift E, it should run that particular program. Okay. This is one method. Or I can also assign it to a button also. Or we can also create our own tabs. On the top here, you can see, which I'm highlighting on the top, left top, there is a floppy symbol, right? And you have a undo symbol. This particular field that you see, that is called as a QAT. QAT means Quick Access Toolbar. Now we can assign the macros on the Quick Access Toolbar also. Or we can also create our own tabs. Like you can see, Home, Insert, Page Layout, Formulas. Like this, we can create our own tab also. So let us see how to do that. For creating a new tab, you go to File, Options. You go to File, Options. On the left-hand side, you have this Customize ribbon. When I click on Customize ribbon, you will get a interface like this. Now, here you can see on the right-hand side, there are all the tabs that you see on the Excel interface. So you have the Home tab, Insert tab, Draw tab, which is not activated, Developer tab, right? So we can create a tab, our own new tab, Customize tab, anywhere. But ideally, the Customize tab should be either in the beginning, before the Home tab, or after the Developer tab. Okay. It can be created anywhere, but the default location or the Customize tabs should be ideally created after or before so that it can be easily found out by the user. Now, suppose I want to create a tab after the developer. You make sure the developer tab is selected. And on the bottom, we have 3 buttons here: new tab, new group, rename. So I want to create a new tab. So I'll click on new tab here. And the moment I click on new tab, you'll see it has created a customized tab here, new tab, new group. Now I want to rename it. So I'll click on new tab, click on rename here on the bottom, and I will rename it as Excel for all. You can give any name. Then group name, I'll give it as forms. So we have created one new tab called as Excel for all. And inside that, we have a group called as forms. Now the program that you have written, the data entries, I want to call it inside the forms group. So make sure forms is selected. And then on the left hand side, you have this popular commands. I'll click on the drop down of popular commands and select macros. So all the macros that you have written or recorded will be displayed here. I'll select data entries and click on add. And you'll see inside forms, I have the macro called as data entries. Now you can see a small icon there. That is a default icon. If I want to change it, I'll click on select data entries, click on rename. And from here, I can select any icon that I want. Now, when I click on OK, you will see that on my Excel interface, you can see there is a new tab created, Excel for all. And inside that, you can see there is a group called as forms. And inside forms, I have this data entries. Now I can click on data entries and it will open the same program. Okay.
I'm not getting any things.
Mm.
I went to Excel for all, and I put a symbol. I mapped to the symbol, and I copied. I mapped that macro also.
Right.
And I'm not Excel for all customs. Inside customs only, I added macro. Macros, data entry. I click data entry and I click add forms. So added. Now I say OK. I clicked OK. Yeah, now it is coming. Thanks.
Okay, fine. Okay. Now, now see here. Suppose I want to add 50 records every day. Then should I run the same program, same macro 50 times? That will be very time consuming, right?
Yes.
So instead of running the macro 50 times, we can use something called as loops. So loops are used to repeat the same set of statements again and again. Okay. So there are mainly 3 types of loops that are used in Visual Basic. First one is called as do while condition is true. Then do some program and loop. Okay. A slight variation of this is we can also write it as do some program and check for the condition in the end. loop while condition is true. In the first case, it will enter into the loop only if the condition is true. For example, let us say some statement above that loop, it is something like a equal to 15. Some statement will save the value of 15 in a variable called as a. Now it will enter into the loop only if while a equals 15. Okay, then it will enter into the loop, do the program, and in the loop it will check whether the value of a is equal to 15 or not. But suppose some process will store, let us say 10 inside a. Now this particular condition is not satisfied. So it will not enter into the loop at all because the condition is not satisfied. But suppose you want to run the program at least once, irrespective of the value, then you can use this particular loop. It will check for the condition in the end. Here it will check while a is equal to 15 or not. And if it is not 15, it will come out of the loop. So if you want to run a program at least once, then you can use this particular loop. Okay, but if you want the program to enter into the loop, only if some prior condition is satisfied, then we use this particular loop. Okay. Then we have the third loop, that is for I equals 1 to some value. Then do some program and then next I. Now in this case, I, that is a variable. I can be anything. It can be I, it can be K, it can be J, it can be your name also. It is just a variable. Now suppose I want to enter 10 records every day. It is not more, it is not less. It will be exactly 10 records. So in that case, instead of using a do while, I can also write it like this. For I equal to 1 to 10, do some program. And when I say next try, it will increment the value of I equal to by 1. So the first time value of I will be 1. When I say next try, it will becomes 2. Then next try again, it becomes 3. So when the value of I becomes 11, this particular condition is no longer satisfied. So it will come out of the loop. Okay. Fourth is, we'll see an example of each of these loops. Then it will be much more clear. Fourth is for each cell in selection. Okay. Do some program and then next cell. Okay. So these are the different types of loops that can be used to run a program continuously. Now, in this program that you have written data entries, where should I write the do? Should I print the headers again and again? Not needed. It has to be a one-time activity. So it will print the headers, but you should get the names again and again. So I'll say do here, do all these statements, enter the name, enter the post department. Then once it has saved the values in the Excel sheet, here I will write loop while ans, an is again a variable, equals y. So what I'm telling is that you get the name, post, department, salary, save it in the Excel sheet. Then here you check whether the value of answer is equal to y. And here I will define one more variable, answer equals input box. Do you want to continue? If the user says why, it should continue. So that is why I have written here loop while answer equal to y. So as long as the user enters capital Y, it will continue. Now it might happen that the user might enter a small y also. So if I want to take both the instances, here I can write or ans equal to small y. So no matter what the user enters, capital Y or small y, it should continue. Any other character other than capital Y or small y will make the loop come. It will exit
Sir,
the loop.
is there any way like it can show that enter Y or N?
If
So
you
the
want, you
user,
can, yeah, then you can put it here itself. Enter Y or
okay.
small y. Okay. But again, you need to give one more quote. I think because it should be completed with the code, it is not taking the code here. Okay, you can write it like this. Enter y or small y, then loop while n equal to capital or small y. Now if I run it, it asks for the name, post, department, salary, and now you can see it is asking, do you want to continue? If I say capital or small y, again it asks for the name, post, department, salary, and if I say any other character other than y, it should come out. Okay, just a minute. One method is we can use define a variable and say, do you want to continue? Okay. Or the other method is we can also use the message box. Just watch on the screen. I'll just comment this for the timing, because if I don't comment it, it lasts for the same question again and again. So here what I will write is loop while message box. Like you have an input box, you also have a message box. In the message box, we can display any dialogues or text that you want. And here I will write loop while message box. Do you want to continue? Okay. Now after that, After I complete the string, if I give a comma, automatically you will get a window like this. From here, I will select VB, yes, no. Okay, you need to scroll to the end a bit. And if this is equal to VBS, so what I'm telling is that as long as the user clicks on yes, you continue. Now this particular message box will look like this. I'll enter the name, post, department, salary. So this is your message box. Now if I click on yes, it will continue. And if I click on no, it will come out. Okay. So this is a better way to ask the user, do you want to continue? Don't put both. If you put both, then it will ask, do you want to continue 2 times? So that is why I've commented this. So it will not be executed. Okay. I'll copy and paste the entire program in the chat.
So I'm getting an error, loop without do.
So if you are using a loop, you should have a do. So just check here. You must not be having this do value, do statement.
Okay.
Working fine. Save the file. We'll take a short break. After the break, we'll see the other two loops. That is for I equal to 1 to 100, 1 to 10, 1 to value, and then for each cell in selection. Okay. Now it is almost 11:50. We can resume at 12:10, 20 minutes. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Save the file. We'll take a break.
Vignesh, you have to mute yourself.
Sorry. I thought everybody went for break. When are you supposed to come back?
Is everyone back?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So before the break, we had seen this two-way loop. Okay, now see the remaining two loops. For I equal to 1 to some value, do some program and next try. Okay. Now what? We'll write a program called as print numbers. We'll continue under the same module. What this program should do is, it should print numbers from 1 to 10. In this Excel sheet, starting from A1, we should print 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10. Okay. Since you want the numbers to start from A1, we'll go to A1 first. Okay, so that is the active cell. Now one method is I can write active cell dot value equal to 1, then go one row down. Again type active cell dot value equal to 2. But that will be very time consuming. So instead of that, we'll use a loop here for I equal to 1, 2, 10. Okay. When you have a if, you need to end that if with an end if. Likewise, when you have a do, you need to end it with a loop. Whenever you use a for, you have to end it with a next. Okay. For I equal to 1 to 10, that means I'm telling that if the value of I is anything between 1 to 10, do this. Do what? Put that value in that cell. So when I say range A1 dot select, that is my active cell. I'm telling that for I equal to 1 to 10, in the active cell, put the value of I. So the first time value of I will be 1. When I say next I, the value of I becomes 2. Since 2 is between 1 and 10, again it will print 2. Then when I say next I, it becomes 3. Like that, once it has completed 10, when I say next I, it becomes 11. So 11 is not between 1 to 10, so it will come out of the loop. But when I run this, see what happens. F8, it has printed 1 in A1, but it is printing the values in the same cell. But what I want is, I want the values in consecutive rows. So how will you get it in consecutive rows?
Using offsets.
By using offset, correct. So once it has printed 1 in active cell, I need to go down by 1 row. So say active cell dot offset 1, 0 dot select, because I want to physically select that cell. I'm using dot select. Now if I run this, it should print numbers from 1 to 10. Now this program will print numbers only from 1 to 10.
Sir, instead
No,
of one,
ah,
can we write I also?
yeah, we can write I also, but what will happen is the first time it will move one row down. Next time the value of I becomes 2, so it is going to move 2 rows down. Then the value I becomes 3. This will be 3 comma 0. That means it will move 3 rows down. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Now this will print numbers from 1 to 10 every time. Now suppose I want to print 100 numbers. I can write 1 equal to I to 100. Okay, even that will work. But suppose I want to print that many numbers given by the user. Suppose the user says 50, it should print numbers from 1 to 50. If the user says 500, it should print numbers from 1 to 500. So I want all of you to make changes to this program so that it prints that many numbers given by the user. Print that many numbers given by the user. If the user says 100, it should print numbers from 1 to 100. If the user says 500, it should print numbers from 1 to 500. I want all of you to make the changes.
Sir, please repeat the question.
Now, in this case, it is printing numbers from 1 to 10, right? Now, I want all of you to make the changes to the program so that it prints that many numbers given by the user. If the user says 500, it should print numbers from 1 to 500. If the user says 1000, it should print numbers from 1 to 1000. Done? First, the program should get the values from the user. Then it should print that many numbers given by the user. So first you need to get the values on the user, right? So I'll define a variable dim. Say you can define any variable user numbers as long. Okay. Then we need to get the values on the user. So I'll write user NOS equals input box how many numbers you want to print. Okay. So what are the user enters? These values will be stored in the variable called as user NOS. And here I will write for I equal to 1 to user NOS. Okay. Active array equal to void. Fine. Now if I run this, F8, here it will ask me how many numbers I want to print. If I say 125, you can see that when I keep my cursor at that variable user NOS, you can see the value inside that 125. Okay. Now I'll directly run this. So it is printed up to 125. Now suppose I run the program again. It will ask again how many numbers you want to print. Now suppose I give the value as 50, 50. What happens to the values after 50, from 51 onwards? Will it remain on the screen or will it be erased? It will remain on the screen. If I click on OK, it will print numbers up to 50, but these are the values of the previous program. So that will still remain on the screen. So what should ideally happen is the previous value should be erased. Sorry. The previous value should be erased and it should print the new values. So for erasing the previous values, we have a very dangerous command, cells.clear. This will erase all the data. Okay. So first it will erase the previous values. Then it will go to ask the user how many numbers he wants to print it and then print it. Now, if I run it, you can see all the values have been erased. Then it is asking how many numbers. Okay. Now the next loop is for each cell in selection. Now, in Word, suppose I have typed a paragraph in lowercase. Can I convert that into uppercase in Word? In Microsoft Word, suppose I typed any text. Okay, suppose I type any text. Can I convert this into a capital case? You can. You press Shift F3. Okay, the first time you press Shift F3, it will be converted into capital case, or you can also go to the Home tab and you have option called as Change Case. Okay. From here you can select any case that you want, uppercase, lowercase. Do you have a similar option in Excel? Can I convert all these names into capital case? There is a function called as upper, but I need to use the upper function in a different column. I can't use it in the same cell location. It will give a circular reference error. But this can be overcome by writing a macro. Okay. Now, today I might select this much range to be converted into capital case. Tomorrow I might select this much range. So my range is not going to be constant. So in that case, I can use the third loop, that is for each cell in selection. So whatever is selected, that particular portion, I can format it. I can convert it. Okay. So here I will use. So for that, we'll do it in a new module. Insert module. We'll name it as change case. Change underscore case. And subroutine name will be sub capitals. And here I will write for each cell in selection. When you have a for, you should have a next. Now in this case, cell is again a variable. Instead of cell, I can also write XYZ. It won't make any difference. But like I told you earlier, when you define any variable, give a meaningful name so that in future it will be very understandable. So for each cell in selection, what should the program do? It should take that cell value and convert that into capitals. And again, save it in the same location. Like in Excel, we have many functions. Even in Visual Basic, we have functions. So UCase is a function in Visual Basic which will convert the contents to capital case. Okay. Now, since I given the statement as for each cell in selection, I need to select the data first before I run the macro. So what I'll do is I'll go to our main data, select this range, and then I'll run the macro. Now, the program will always go in the direction from left to right. So the first cell is Suraj, second cell is Saxena, third cell is sales. Okay. So F8, you can see the values are getting converted into capital case.
So everything, every time you put sub capitals means a different macro will be provided, sir. Yes.
Sorry, when you write
Every,
capitals,
whenever you declare in Visual Basics a program, you start with sub. Sub means a different program, or sub means a different
no,
macro.
sub means subroutine.
Subroutine.
I told you earlier that a program can be classified into two types, right? One is functions and another is your subroutines. So when you record a macro, it will be always a subroutine.
Okay.
Okay. Functions cannot be recorded.
Okay.
You have to write a function. So subroutines ideally don't have any arguments and object based. So if I want to add a sheet, okay, if I want to add a sheet, I'll write a subroutine for that, not a function, because functions are cell based and subroutines are object based. We'll come back to what is object in Visual Basic. So for the time being, you just understand that all the things in Visual Basic are called as objects. For example, Excel is object, sheet is object, ranges are objects, cells are objects. So what we do is we write statements to manipulate the objects in Visual Basic. So subroutines are object based. So if you want to delete a sheet, add a sheet, you write a subroutine for that. And subroutines always begin with the word sub. Sub stands for subroutine. Even when we recorded the macro, you see that this is a subroutine. Okay.
So all macros in macro only you're dividing into subroutine and function, and anything that is working in subroutine, you use Visual Basic as a coding tool to record to manipulate the macro accordingly.
Correct.
Oh, Visual Basic is additional to subcategory of a macro only.
No, Visual Basic and macro are same. They can be used interchangeably, but subroutine is a part of macro, you can say.
Okay. So in Visual Basic only also we can do that function declaration also we can do functions.
Yes, we can do. But only the functions always begin with the word function. What you have written earlier in that UDF, this is a function.
Okay.
Functions are different, subroutines are different. See, when you functions will always return a value. Suppose when you are using a VLOOKUP, when you use a VLOOKUP, you specify some arguments, right? Lookup value, table array, column index number, range lookup. So once you specify all this, sometimes Visual Basic will give me #NA. #NA means what? That particular variable is not found. Okay. So functions will always return something. Suppose I'm using a sum function. Suppose I have some values. If I want to take the sum of this, we use a function called a sum. So even in sum, you have the arguments, number 1, number 2, number 3, these are the arguments. So if I select it, the function is returning a value. So it will return something. But suppose in this case, suppose I have some text values. Still it will give me some error or it might give the 0 value. But the function will return something always. It can be error or it can be a result that you want. But subroutines generally don't return anything. You do some formatting, some actions. So you don't expect any value from a subroutine. Okay, that is the main difference. A function will return something. Subroutines generally don't return anything. They'll just act on it. So that is why we call it as object based. So when I'm adding a sheet, it is not returning any value. It is just adding one extra sheet. So we write a subroutine for that. So here I'm not expecting any return. It is just converting it into capitals from the small to the capital. So there you write subroutine. You don't write a function for converting this to capital case. Okay. UCase is a function in Visual Basic which will convert the values to capital case. Now suppose I want to convert them into lower case, then only difference is that instead of U case, it will be L case. Okay, L case will convert it into lower case. You also have one more case called as a title case. In title case, the first letter is going to be capitalized. Sentence case or capital title case. But in Visual Basic, you don't have a function called as T case or P case. But in Excel, you have a function called as proper. So we can also call the Excel function into Visual Basic. So for that, the statement will be a little bit different. This will be title case. And here we will write application dot worksheet function. Using the worksheet function, I can call any Excel function inside Visual Basic. So we need a function called as proper. Then here I will write cell.value. One more example is that in Excel we have the sum function, but in Visual Basic we don't have the sum function. So if I want to do any addition in Excel using program, I need to use this application.worksheet function.sum. Okay, in Visual Basic you don't have the function for summation. So we written all the three programs for converting the case: U case, L case, and title case.
Sir, can you please repeat this title case?
Title case means 1 minute. See, in Calcutta, can you see C is capitalized? All others are small. So that is called as a sentence case or a title case. In Excel, we have a function called as proper. Now, for example, Suraj Saxena, I want S of Suraj to be capital and others should be small. So I'll say proper of this. Okay, this is your title case or the proper case. So in Visual Basic,
Perfect.
you don't have a function called as P case or T case, but we are calling that function from Excel. For calling a function from Excel, the statement will be application.worksheet function.
So, sir, what is this worksheet function?
Worksheet function means give me the list of all the functions that can be used in the worksheet. So if I put a dot here, you will see the list here. So all these are functions. These are Excel functions.
Okay.
So we have
so there we have a proper function.
correct. So if I
Got
want to
it.
go to proper function, I'll just type P. It will take me to all functions starting with P, and then I can go to proper. If I say PR, you can see dot PR. It will go to all functions starting with PR, and you can see proper here. Okay, then you just press a tab.
So this proper function directly cannot be used in workbooks.
It can be used in workbooks, but it can be used in a different column. You can do it in the same cell. If you try to see, if I I have done it in a different column. Then you copy and paste it. If you try to do it in B2, it will give an error, circular reference error.
Okay, okay, okay.
That is why we need to use the macro for that.
Anything that is also part of the part of a worksheet function, you can mention that, not proper
You can,
dot sum.
you can call it here. Huh.
Sir, is there any function that like converts numericals into text? Like one, it should write one, or
Yeah.
two.
You have a macro for that. Yes.
Oh, we have a macro or we have a
Yeah.
function already?
You don't have a function. You need to write
Okay.
a macro for that. If you want, you can just Google it. There are it is given by Microsoft itself, but it is a macro. You don't have a ready-made function like VLOOKUP function. So this is a function called as spell number, but this will convert into dollars and cents. Okay. I think you also have a macro which converts in Indian rupees also. This is one macro, that is rupee format.
So these kinds of macros we will be able to write, sir, after this
Right.
entire course.
Correct. So this is the macro for that. You can easily get it from the net. Now, I wanted to create one more group in Excel4all. We have a tab called as Excel4all. There I want you to create a group called as change case and call all these macros inside that. Create one more group called as change case and call that capitals, lowercase, proper case macros inside that. Again, see, it has created one more group called a change case. And now if I select it and click on capitals, everything will get converted into capital case, lowercase, and then title case. Now we can call this macros in a new sheet also, new workbook also. But only thing is that this particular workbook where you have these macros written, that should be open. Now if I go to
Sir,
a
sir, inside these modules, how you are seeing those sub modules?
in module 5.
Yes, sir. If you can just, yeah. So every after every subroutines. Okay, here, got it, got it.
Okay. Now these macros will work in a new Excel file also, provided this particular workbook on which you have the macros written or recorded is open. Now if I open a new Excel file, Control N, this is the new Excel file. I type some text here. Now if I want to convert this into capital case, I can go to this tab, click on capitals.
So for Excel to that version entirely, that is the tab has been copied everywhere.
Correct.
So if I change anything, for example, now I'm a new workbook. I have these three macros or default present. Now I can go to options. I change here means I'll change elsewhere.
No, you go to options. In options, we are creating only that tab, but these
Yes.
macros will be called anywhere.
Yeah, it'll be called anywhere. So for example, the tab, I don't mean the capitals macro. I can remove capital macro.
Yeah, you can look at yes.
Elsewhere
Correct.
also be removed, right? Okay.
Yeah, it will be removed. Correct. Absolutely right. Yes. If I go to File, Options, Customize ribbon, and to remove this, you select capitals and click on Remove here. Okay, just like you have a Add button, you have a Remove button. Click on OK. It will be removed from here. And if I go back, it would have got removed from here also. Okay.
Sir, just a small question. In suppose in different workbooks, if you are trying to use this uppercase and lowercase thing, that particular workbook also should be macros enabled, or
No, it
otherwise
can
also
be
it
a
will work.
normal sheet. It can be a normal sheet. Because now the new sheet that I have inserted, this is not macro enabled, this one.
Okay.
Okay, still it will work. See, it has become capitals. Only thing is that the sheet on which you have this macros written, that should be macro enabled. Of course, if it is not macro enabled, the macros will not be stored. But the other sheets, they can be any normal sheets also.
So apart from this, you want to run a macro means you'll have to go macro enabled.
Correct. Okay. Now select the sheet called as advanced filters. Now I want all of you to write a macro which will calculate the HRA, PA, and the gross for all the employees. HRA will be 40% of salary. TA will be 20% of salary, and gross will be salary plus HRA plus TA. So what the macro should do is, it should be a subroutine, not a function. What the macro should do is, it should calculate the HRA TA gross for all the employees. So when I run the macro, it should automatically calculate the HRA TA gross. You can use any loop for I equal to 1 to 100 because I know that there are 100 records here. So either you can use for I equal to 1 to 100 or even do while, or for each cell in selection, even that can be used. It is up to you. You can use any loops that you want. If you want, you can write down the logic first and just convert that logic into programming statements. If you want, I can give you the logic. You want the logic?
Yes, sir.
See here, can I select this particular cell H12? Like we select range A1 dot select. Likewise, I can also select this particular cell H12. If H12 is the active cell, HRA will be what?
40.
No. If this is the active cell, H12 is the active cell, HRA is going to be active cell dot offset 0, 1. TA will be active cell offset 0, 2. Gross will be active cell offset 0, 3. So can I say active cell dot offset? I'll zoom it. Active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot value equals active cell dot value multiplied by 40 by 100. So this will give me the HRA value. Okay. Likewise, you calculate the TA value. TA value will be what? Active cell offset 0, 2. Okay. So this will be 0, 2, and this will be 20. So you have the HRA value, you have the TA value, you also have the salary value. So your gross will be just summation of that. HRA plus TA plus active cell dot value. So this will be active cell dot offset 0, 3
dot
dot
value.
value equals. Now you have to sum it like this. Active cell dot value plus active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot value, because we are calculating the HRA TA in these cells. So we need to write it again. But if you define it as a variable, then you can directly use the variable names. Okay. Then again, active cell dot set 0, 2 dot value. Then now this will do the calculation for the first record. Then you need to put it in a loop. Okay. Now this should be put in a loop. So that loop you can either use for I equal to 1 to 100 or for each cell in selection. But if you're using for each cell in selection, you need to select the range first. Then you run it. Done, anyone?
So for the loop, how do you try?
Sorry.
For the loop, sir.
Huh. You used which loop?
Do while.
Okay, fine. I'm doing it this in a new module. You can continue the same module or you can also create a new module. Okay. And this I'll name it as module 1 as incentive calculations. And subroutine name, I'll give it as sub calc. Okay, any name you can give. So what I'm doing is I'm defining some variables first. So I will define salary as long. I can also define multiple variables in one statement. HRA as long, then comma, TA as long. There's no hard and fast rule that you should be defining it. But this will make the program easier to read and understand. Okay. So I defined 4 variables: salary, HRA, TA, and gross as long. Then first I'll go to my cell value is H12. Okay. So range H12 dot select. So that becomes the active cell. Okay. Now I'll show all the 3 methods if you want. First method I'm using is for I equal to 1 to 100 because I know that there are 100 records. Now here, what I'll do is first I'll calculate the HRA. So for that I need the salary value. So I'll say salary equal to active cell dot value. So what are values in the active cell that will be stored in salary. Now once salary has the value, I can calculate the HRA. I'll say HRA equal to 0.4 multiplied by salary. Or you can also make it 40 by 100. TA is going to be 0.2 into salary and gross will be salary plus HRA plus TA. Now this will only do the calculations, right? It won't put the value in the Excel sheet. So to put the value in the Excel sheet, I'll write active cell dot offset 0,1 dot value equals HRA. Then Active cell offset 0,2 will be TA. Then active cell 3 is going to be gross. Okay. Now, when I run this, just watch on the screen. Suppose my cell is somewhere here. F8. Now see that H12 is selected. Then F8. Okay. So you can see the first record has been calculated. But when I press F8 again and again, you will see that it is not calculating the values for the other salary values. Can anyone tell me why? Even though it has not thrown any errors, it is calculating only for the first record. And if I look at the I value, you can see that the I value is 12, but it has not gone to that 12th row and done the calculation. If I run it again, you will see value of I is 19 now, but still it has calculated only for the first record. Even though the value of I is increasing, it is not going physically to the next record. So from H12, it should move to H13, H14. Okay. So how will you move it to the next cell? You use active cell. So I'll say active cell dot offset 1,0 dot select, because I want to physically move it. Now when I run it, I'll remove this first. F8. So if it is doing 2-3 calculations without any error, then you can directly run it. Now you can see it has calculated for the second record also. Now I can directly run it. The first one, it should be 36,400. So you can see it matches the value. Yeah. Instead of gross equal to salary plus HRA plus TA, you can replace this with active cell dot value plus active cell dot offset 0,1 plus active cell dot offset 0,2 also. Even that will work. But to understand it better, I defined it as variables and then using that in the program. Aditya, all clear? I'm not getting any response from you.
Yes, yes, yes. It is
Okay,
clear.
okay, fine. Thank you. Now, in this case, tomorrow, suppose the number of records becomes say 200. Then this macro will run only for the first 100 records. So one method is I can come here and make it for I equal to 1 to 200. Then I can run the same macro. But every time then the count changes, I don't want to come to the macro and make the changes. What the program should do is it should automatically calculate up to the end of the database. So the same program can be written in a with a different loop, that is do while loop. Now it should calculate as long as there is a value, right? The HRATA gross should be calculated as long as there is a value in the salary cell. If there is no value in the salary cell, then it should stop. It should come out of the loop. So I can check for the blank. So what I can say is this is the same program but with a different loop, with a different logic. So I'll name it as calc method 2. Okay. These statements will remain same. Now I'm directly using that offset statement. So I'll say range h12 dot select. So that becomes the active cell. Suppose this particular cell is blank. Now how will I check for a blank? You say do while active cell dot value is not equal to blank. That means I'm telling that as long as there is a value in that particular cell, do these statements. So this stands for not. Not blank means there is some value in that particular cell. Okay. And how do you represent a blank? You give 2 times double quotes. There is no space between. It is 2 times double quotes without any space. So do while active cell is not blank. I'll say active cell dot offset 0, 1 dot value equals active cell dot value multiplied by 0.4. I can copy that statement that I written earlier. So active cell 0, 2 will be 20% and active cell offset, that is gross, will be this much. Now see here, when you have a very lengthy statement, this gross value, this has become a very lengthy statement, right? So if I want to make any changes, I need to scroll like this towards the horizontal side. So we can also break a programming statement into multiple lines. From where you want to break, there you insert a space and an underscore. Then whatever comes after that will be considered as a single statement. To break a programming statement, let the programming statement into multiple lines. you give a space and an underscore. So this will be considered as a single programming statement, or else it will give error. So this should calculate the values for the first record. Then we need to go down, right? So we'll write active cell dot offset 1, 0 dot select. Okay. So let us see this. F8. So this should select H12. You can see it has selected H12. Now if I keep my mouse at that active cell, you can see the value there. It is 22,750. Okay. Then F8. It has calculated the gross. Now when I say loop, so it will come back. Okay. So when it comes here in H111, this is still a non-blank cell, so it will calculate. But when it goes to the next cell, this is a blank. And we are telling that you do the calculation only if it is not equal to blank. Now suppose I type some text here, some value here. Now if I run the macro again, it should calculate for that value also. Okay. Now I can directly run it because I know there is no error. Now you see it has calculated for $25,000. Now one advantage of doing the calculations using macros is that suppose you send this sheet to someone else, and if they try to see what are the formulas used here, they'll see only values on the formula bar. So it is as if you have pasted the calculations as values, special values. Okay. Because this is internally getting calculated, you won't see the formula here. Now let us see what happens if I increase the range. I'll just copy this and paste here. Now I should calculate up to the for 200 records. We can also use for each cell in selection. Only thing is that you need to select the range first. So like we have selected range H12 dot select. You can select the range as range H12 to H111. Okay, as the range. Then you can use that third loop for each cell in selection. Even that can be used. I'll show that particular method also. This I'll copy and paste it just below. This is method number 3. Okay. Now instead of selecting a single cell, I'll select range H12 to H111.select. That is the range. Then once this range is selected, I can put it in a loop. So I'll say for each salary cell. Okay, now salary cell is again a variable. Now we are defining a variable called as salary cell. Okay, so which is the first salary cell? First salary cell will be 22,750. Second salary cell will be 19,250. Okay. When we call the cell as active cell, then HRA will be active cell dot offset 0, 1. But if I'm calling the variable as salary cell, then HRA will be what? How will I calculate the HRA? So this is my first salary cell. So HRA will be what? Salary cell dot offset 0, 1. You just need to replace that active cell with the variable name. Okay. So for calculating the HRA, it will be salary cell dot offset 0, 1 dot value equals salary cell into 40% or 0.4. Similar to calculate the TA, it will be even this can be broken into a single statement, space and underscore. Okay, then next salary cell. Now in this case, you don't have to write salary cell dot offset 1, 0. This statement is not needed because we have selected the entire range. So when I say next salary cell, it will automatically go to the next record. So I'll run it step by step. If it's not giving any error for 2, 3 records, it should work for other records. F8. Now you can see that the entire range has been selected. Okay. H12 to H111. So each cell in this range is called as a salary cell. Salary cell is a variable. So if I keep my mouse on the first salary cell, you can see it is showing the value 22,750. Then F8. So I can use these loops interchangeably. Okay. Now if I directly run it, you can see any method you can use. This is method 3.
Sir, here range will increase after 111.
If the range increases, again you need to come here and make the changes. So is there any method where I can select dynamic range? Now, for example,
That I think we can use I.
no, see here. Suppose forget about programming. Suppose I want to select this particular range. Suppose I want to select from H12 to H111. How will I select it using the keyboard? How will you select it using the keyboard? You press Control Shift down arrow, right? So tomorrow if the range changes, suppose now my range has increased. Okay. Now if I press Control Shift down arrow, it is going to select the new range also. We can use the same logic in programming also. In programming, I'll remove this first. In programming, suppose I want to do the same action of Control Shift down arrow. What you do is, first I'll select the starting cell, that is H12. Okay. Then I'll say range from active cell. H12 is active cell. So from active cell, I want to go where? I want to go down. So I'll write from active cell to active cell dot end Excel down. Okay. Dot select. So this particular statement, it is similar to pressing Control Shift down arrow. So for dynamic range, you can use this particular statement. Okay. Now I'll run it once again. Just watch on the screen. But you need to specify the starting cell, that has to be specified. F8. We'll see the entire range has been selected. This is like pressing Control Shift down arrow. Okay. Then F8. And I can directly run it. Now tomorrow, suppose the range changes. Now my range has become this much, up to 2111. Now again, when I run it, F8, you will see it has selected the range up to 2111. Now I can directly run again, and you can see. So for dynamic range, you can use this. Use these particular statements. Or if you remember, when we recorded even this particular statement, even this will work for dynamic range. Okay. So here I can write range h12 dot select, then range selection, comma selection dot and excel down dot select. Even that can be used. So in this case, we need only this much because we want to select only up to go down. We don't want to go to the right hand side. Even this will work. Okay. I'll copy and paste it in the chat. Once the logic is clear, you just need to convert that into a programming statement. Always give more importance to the logic of the program. If your program is 100% correct in terms of syntax and the statements, but if the program is having a logical error, even the output will be wrong. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
So today we have seen so we started with some statements, range statements. Then we saw how to do the data entries program. In loops, we saw do while, then for I equal to, and then for each cell. So next week is 25, right? So next week, I have a family function on 25th. So we'll be doing it on 3rd of March. Is that fine with everyone? 3rd and 10th. Okay.
Okay. One more
next,
thing I wanted to ask Amarji, do you, by any chance, do you take classes for Python and SQL also?
no, I don't
Okay.
conduct trainings in Python and SQL,
Okay.
but all MS Office applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Visio, Access, and macros.
Okay.
I also conduct training in Power Query, Power Pivot. Okay. Ah,
What are the topics for the next class? Sheets.
these are the topics. So you're starting with, like we have range selection statements. We also have something called as sheet selection statements. Then we'll do your VLOOKUP using macros. A similar process of doing lookup. Then data consolidation. If you have data in multiple sheets or multiple files inside a folder, how to consolidate that. Then error handling. Error handling means suppose you have two sheets with the same name, your program will give error. So how to overcome that? And then cross application macros. Cross application macro means suppose I want to send a mail through Outlook from Excel. We can use the cross application macros. So that should get completed in the third day. Fourth, we'll see user forms, add-ins, and we'll do a small assignment also. Fine.
Okay.
How are you finding the training?
Sure.
Are you learning new things? Is it informative?
You'll have to practice, but can I share the sheet
Yeah,
with us?
you can. Yeah, you can.
No, can you share your sheet with us? Like that, what you
Yeah, I will do that. I will do that.
Okay.
I'll put it in the group itself. Okay.
Okay.
The recordings as well as the sheet which I have worked on, I'll put it in the group.
Sure. Yes, so this is something okay or something new, and a lot of practice is needed, right?
Yeah, practice is absolutely needed.
So a lot of application oriented. How are we going to connect this with real time? Like, other than
so that is why we
also.
are that is why we are going to see it next in the next class. Cross application macros. We'll see how to connect with Outlook, as well as you can also create a PowerPoint presentation also. Suppose you have some data in Excel, at a click of a button, it should automatically create a PowerPoint presentation. Even that can be done using macros. So you can control other applications also.
Okay. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been much.
Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Vignesh. Meet you in the next session. Yeah. Thank you.